That's affirmative, and the ATM was on going over the hill.
Execute Capcom, have you any indications of acquisition yet? Okay, do you want to start attempting to contact them by voice?
Roger. Hawaii has approximately 2 more minutes of acquisition. Do you have anything further, flight? Roger, I'd like to get a GMT, GEB, and a TR time, please.
Okay, after you flight, you monitoring?
Do you have any idea of the Athena position at present, over? We saw it about 10 minutes ago. It looked to be a mile or so underneath us. Roger, copy. And be advised, our Ohm's reg pressure is 0.
Ohm's reg pressure 0.
That's a problem.
Roger, based on our test evaluation of the IVIs we got from the local recordings here in Houston, it looks like we had a normal retrofire.
Gemini 8.
No, he says he is separated from the Athena and he's in a roll and he can't stop it.
Gemini 8 is Capcom, contact Eddie Reed. Gemini 8 DSQ Capcom, contact Eddie Reed.
We do loud and clear. We have a new TR animal for you.
Okay, TR we got count up.
Say again?
TR we got is counting up.
The TR you got is counting up?
Oh, the one we've got is counting down. So don't sweat it.
Verify that module 4 is loaded.
Copy. Control mode 1 disables FPC. Roger. Roger, copy Gemini, and be advised they're planning to come into a dash-free area.
Gemini 8 DSQ Capcom, do you read over? Okay, relax, everything's okay.
Gemini 8 away. Go ahead.
Gemini 8 DSQ. Go ahead.
It was when we were in a 0180 spacecraft configuration. Spacecraft B hooked onto the Athena, and we were stabilized there. We had the attitude control power off in the spacecraft, all attitude control power off, and we were at the time we sent 041 recorder on. The spacecraft, Agena, suddenly, or combination started.
We've had OLS walk around.
Roger, keep trying about every 30 to 60 seconds.
That's affirmative, and the ATM was on going over the hill.
Execute Capcom, have you any indications of acquisition yet? Okay, do you want to start attempting to contact them by voice?
Roger.
Hawaii has approximately 2 more minutes of acquisition. Do you have anything further, flight?
Roger, I'd like to get a GMT, GEB, and a TR time, please.
Okay, after you flight, you monitoring?
Do you have any idea of the Athena position at present, over? We saw it about 10 minutes ago. It looked to be a mile or so underneath us. Roger, copy. And be advised, our Ohm's reg pressure is 0.
Ohm's reg pressure 0.
That's affirmative.
Roger, based on our test evaluation of the IVIs we got from the local recordings here in Houston, it looks like we had a normal retrofire.
Over 1, Gemini 8.
No, he says he is separated from the Athena and he's in a roll and he can't stop it. Gemini 8, CSQ Capcom, contact Eddie Reed. Gemini 8, CSQ Capcom, contact Eddie Reed. We read you loud and clear. We have a new TR and a local for you. Okay, TR we got counting up. Say again? The TR we got is counting up. The TR you got is counting up? Oh, the one we've got is counting down. No, don't sweat it. Verify that module 4 is loaded. Copy. Control mode 1 disables FCC. Roger. Roger, copy Gemini, and be advised they're planning to come into a dash 3 area. Gemini 8 CSQ Capcom, read over. Okay, relax, everything's okay. Gemini 8 away. Go ahead. Gemini 8 CSQ. It was when we were in a 0180 spacecraft configuration, and spacecraft B hooked onto the Agena, and we were stabilized there. We had the attitude control power off in the spacecraft, attitude control power off, and we were, at the time we sent 041 recorder on, the spacecraft, or Agena, suddenly, or a combination started. We've had all that fault line.
Roger, keep trying about every 30 to 60 seconds.
We're also pretty slow here, so we don't we're trying to kill our roll rate.
Okay, fine, keep at it.
That's affirmative, and the ATM was on going over the hill.
Execute Capcom, have you any indications of acquisition yet? Okay, do you want to start attempting to contact them by voice?
Away at approximately 2 more minutes of acquisition. Do you have any further plans?
Roger, I'd like to get GMT, GED, and TR time activated.
Okay, have decent flight monitoring.
Do you have any idea of the Agena position at present, over? We saw it about 10 minutes ago. It looked to be Myler still underneath it. Roger, copy. And be advised our alt direct pressure is 0. Alt direct pressure 0. That's a problem.
Roger, based on our best evaluation of the IVIs we got from the local recordings here in Houston, it looks like we had a normal retro fire.
Reduce flight CSQ.
Global 1, Gemini 8.
He says he is separated from the Agena and he's in a roll and he can't stop it. Gemini 8, CSQ Capcom, contact Eddie Reed. Gemini 8, CSQ Capcom, contact Eddie Reed. We read you loud and clear. We have a new TR and a local for you. Okay, TR we got to count up. Say again? The TR we got is counting up. The TR you got is counting up? Oh, the one we've got is counting down. So don't sweat it. Verify that module 4 is loaded. Copy. Control mode 1 disables FCC. Roger. Roger, copy Gemini, and be advised they're planning to come into a dash 3 area. Gemini 8 CSQ Capcom, read over. Okay, relax, everything's okay. Gemini 8 away. Go ahead. Gemini 8 CSQ. Go ahead. It was when we were in a 0180 spacecraft
configuration and spacecraft B hooked onto the Agena, and we were stabilized there. We had the attitude control power off in the spacecraft, all attitude control power off, and we were, at the time we sent 041 recorder on. The spacecraft, Agena, suddenly, or the combination started.
Roger, keep trying about every 30 to 60 seconds.
That's affirmative, and the ATM was on, going over the hill.
Excuse Capcom, have you any indications of acquisition yet? Okay, do you want to start attempting to contact them by voice?
Yo, what is good, everybody? Happy Friday to you. Happy Feedback Friday to you. Hope you're all doing well. Missed you guys last week. Hope you guys got up to something good. Well, you weren't stuck watching me for a bit. We had a pretty decent Father's Day over here. Hope you guys, if you have a dad in your life, had a chance to celebrate dad in your life. Have not made any new music in the last, nearly a couple of weeks here, I think. I've just been kind of focused on getting the summer break off to a good start for the kiddo, and I have been slowly sifting through a huge library of sounds and music that I have in 1Y portfolios that has to be retagged. Oy, that's been a process. What have you guys been up to? Probably more creative than me, I shall say that. But I'm stoked to hear what you guys have made. What's up, Vicky? How you doing, homie? I'm going to scroll up and see who was first, see who's here in the chat today. Zeeb, it was you. You were first. Welcome in, homie. Ultimate Computer, saying hello, universe. What's up, Ultimate Computer? Gabriel's here. Say, what up, fam? Hey, Gabriel. What up, Jacques? Jacques Hunk is here. Who else is here? Who else is here? Who do we have here? And Vicky, of course. Okay, so during this morning's little quick challenge, I spend like 2 to 5 minutes making intro music every day, as you guys know. Today, I pulled out some of the Gemini 8 sound pack, which you guys can grab from the website. And these are, it's just radio chatter that's been cleaned up from the Gemini 8 mission and then mastered to a quality you can actually use it in music. But the way we actually made the music for this is really simple. It's all Reactor, of course. Let me just turn this up for you.
The attitude control power off in the spacecraft, all attitude control power off.
So I'm just gonna mute my way down here. We've got drums. It's just really quiet stuff. Xylokill, what's up, man? Happy Friday. We got an instance of Crypt, which is old school. Careful when you activate Crypt, there's usually a loud pop. Right at the beginning, classic old school Reactor. And then an instance of a old piece of kit called GoBox 2. And these two are just kind of pumping out this little thing over here. And then on that, I've just got some bit crushy kind of stuff going. The real hero of this party is Metaphysical Function. This is actually a fork or a hack of the Metaphysical Function original plugin. This one's called Metaphysical Scenery. You can grab it from the Reaktor user library. What makes this one different from the regular Metaphysical Function isn't just the samples that are running through it, but the Scream distortion pedal plugin that Native Instruments released like a decade ago has been hacked into this thing. It really brings quite a bit of heat to the whole scenario. All right, and then this guy is just bringing weirdness. It's just really low octave arpeggio. So it sounds wild and alien, right? But it's really just a really low bass, just kind of cycling through a few notes. Nothing too complex there. And then some NASA samples.
We have a new TR and a low for you.
Not bad.
TR we got counting up. The TR you got is counting up.
Okay, so that's how the music was made. Now you guys know. You can make it yourself at home. Xylokill, how you doing, man? Where can you grab the pack? From the OhmLab website, ohmlabmusic.com. It is a pack called Gemini 8. It's fantastic. It really is. It was originally released back in 2019. It's great. It's got a bunch of samples in it. It's from the original Gemini 8 mission, NASA mission. For those of you who do not know, it was actually really like dramatic. There was this mid-air incident, and yeah, go listen to the pack. You'll hear it unfold. It's really quite incredible. All right, I'm going to turn off this background noise, I think, and we're going to switch on over to Discord, and we're going to see what you guys made this week. Gabriel, you know, it's in it, all the Reaktor stuff is just, it's coursing through everything. If it isn't actually in a project making something on the spot in some music of mine, then it was probably used in some capacity or several capacities in the sample making before that stuff got into that project. Yeah, if you go back and you listen to like packs that I've released from like, 15, 20 years ago, you can hear the same tools being used oftentimes still. So I like to go back and pull that stuff up to the surface sometimes. It's some fun stuff. Xylokill, you are welcome. You are welcome. I hope you enjoy it. It is a fun pack. I've used it in so many different situations. It's just great. It's just great. And it was fun to actually work on too. Okay, so I'm going to power down the background noise here, and we are going to listen to you guys, right? Yeah. What'd you guys bring? What'd you guys bring? Let's go find out. There are bound to be, yeah, there are. I was going to say, there are bound to be a couple, I'm sure, things from before today. There's one from Tomba. I said we listen to that and then we jump into this morning's stuff because I've missed you guys. I want to see what got made. Gabriel says, I got rid of him. I got rid of him. I got rhyme. Speak Melon's here. What's up, Speak Melon? How you doing, homie? Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well over there. Yeah, let's get this thing fired up with Tomba. I'm going to pull out my pad of paper. This one's called Language. Let's go.
Perreao, 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 lo que te gusta, au, te tengo fascinado, estamos arrebatados. Perreao, 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 lo que te gusta, think you speak the language, but I know you understand me. Un, dos, tres, cuatro, como un papi, dale pa' abajo. 4, 3, 2, 1, papi, dale duro. Perreao, 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 lo que te gusta, au. Te tengo fascinado, estamos arrebatados. Dale pa' abajo, 2, 2, dale pa' abajo, 3, 4, como papi, dale pa' abajo. Perreao, 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 lo que te gusta, au. Te tengo fascinado, estamos arrebatados. Perreao, 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 lo que te gusta, au. Te tengo fascinado, estamos arrebatados.
Yeah, that was dope. Tomo, this was awesome. Really, really enjoyed the vibe. Really solid bounce. I think the sub wants like a little bit of control in the lowest frequencies, but then a little bit of excitement in the upper frequencies of that bass, just to get a little more kind of, you know. So I would personally, I would use saturation with some built-in modulation capabilities. You can put this together however you like, but I would personally use something like serum, or I mean, thermal, probably, right? Just because it's really easy to get some kind of swelly stuff going, right? You keep that kind of minimal. And then I would just wrangle in the lowest frequencies, right? I would tighten up the bottom end with a cut and a shelf, bring the lowest frequency up to like maybe 35 hertz, something like that, and then use a shelf just to kind of ease up to 40-ish, maybe 45, something like that. And then when you saturate the frequencies above 60, 65, 70, there's going to be this kind of warm buzz that comes to the whole thing that I think will feel really nice. Foley little bits up around 150, I think, just like as a chance to shine a little bit more. 202, same kind of thing. The bass line has a chance to shine here, maybe a simple variation. Little inversion or resequence of how you're putting the notes out there. Same thing with 230 in the outro, maybe a small sound effect embellishment that's using the stereo field, just tiny little touches. I really liked the arrangement and the palette of sounds that you're using here. I thought it was pretty tight. That's good stuff, man. Good stuff. Absolutely. Gabriel says that was a wild ride. Xylokill saying the beeps are. Oh yeah, the high frequency stuff did feel a little kind of extra excited or eager. So I should have mentioned that in the notes as well. Absolutely. Xylokill saying, man, they made this in an hour. That's hella impressive, right? I think so too. All right, so I don't see you in the chat, so I'm going to put you your notes into a thread here. And I hope you're well, homie. All right. AD. Ed Rocky has been tearing it up for, geez, many months in a row. Over a year, I think. He's just been like on some sort of tear. Truly. All right, so he's here saying, dude, I just dropped the most fire shit ever. So let's go find out what that might be. Shall we? Let's go see.
Hey, you. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, you.
My name's Cliff.
Hey yo, they glass houses, talking shit behind their brittle walls, talking out that neck when they got plenty flaws and shitty draws. They glass houses, throw a stone at you and blame it off. Like who can have the time for fake bitches? Who's glass houses? 10 toes in, foe or friend, half no, half dead. Push back words were said and found out quick. I'm him. I used to keep my mouth shut, used to keep my pride low, used to keep my head down. Now these nuts are dragging when I walk. My greatness is personified when I walk into a building. Got that swagger on, lock my aura force is so chilly. This a Billy goat, silly hoe. I'm a league above the normal man. Can't you tell I'm 10 feet off the floor again? It's normal here. Got amongst the kings the way they idol me. It's blasphemous. Your rapper's favorite rapper. It's unanimous. No answer. It's pushing through the noise and every step I take I cancel it. Done dropped so many verses now I'm known from here to Canada. Yo, they glass houses, talking shit behind their brittle walls, talking out that neck when they got plenty flaws and shitty draws. They glass houses, throw a stone at you and blame it off. Like who can have the time for fake bitches? Who's glass housing, talking shit behind their brittle walls, talking out that neck when they got plenty flaws and shitty draws. They glass houses, throw a stone at you and blame it off. Like who can have the time for fake bitches? Who's glass housing, Let me talk my shit now. Verses like this don't get down, they get up, now jump around. Too many people on my dick, they must love how it tastes. Compared to all the greats, like I know, but y'all late. But riddle me this, weren't you over there talking some shit? Bragging on me to be part of a clique. No motherfucker, bro, put up them hands, we throwing them hands. I'm getting tired of all this, who's that, two-face, you good, he's whack, flip-flop, bullshit, get smacked like, wait a minute. You get interrogated, but they the ones acting shady. Got a question, what you been doing lately? Then got you looking crazy. Gaslight me and I'll match. Turn the fight to an arson class. Watch me burn your ass back to back and send you back to glass houses. Talking shit behind their brittle walls. Talking out that neck when they got plenty flaws and shitty draws. Y'all glass houses. Throw a stone at you and blame it off. Like who can have the time for weak bitches? Who's glass housing, talking shit behind their brittle walls, talking out that neck when they got plenty flaws and shitty draws. They glass houses, throw a stone at you and blame it off. Like who can have the time for fake bitches? Who's glass housing, glass housing, glass housing, talking shit behind their brittle walls, but who can have the time for fake bitches? Who's glass housing?
Dude, that was fire. That was really good. Dope lyrics, really good. I feel like there's a couple of mixed things that you could attend to in this that would make it even better. It would make things just kind of come through more clearly and ring a little bit more kind of true to the vibe here. I think the lowest frequencies are disrupting the clarity when the transient is hitting with the sub bass. I also think that there's maybe a bit too much bite happening when the kick is hitting with the sub bass. Like maybe there's just a little bit too much sub frequency in the kick itself that's competing with that sub. So there's a couple of things there with the low end. I think the vocals can be up atop the mix just a bit more, and it's all the lyrics. It's both vocal tracks. I think the dominant bass is just kind of making it harder for it to find its pocket, its position up there. So you want to quell that a bit, bring the bass down a little bit. Tiny little ad lib opportunity moment for backing vocal track around 1 minute that I think would be kind of cool. There could be even an opportunity for some sort of like call response kind of thing. You can hear that the lowest bass frequencies throughout the track are triggering compression that's squashing the entirety of the track. And it kind of happens throughout. So I would pull that out and I would bring that bass down too, so it's a little bit more balanced and allow the vocals to get back up on top. But then the other thing is, let's just make sure that everything isn't being quieted each time the bass does hit, because that's what's happening with the compression. So it's making it harder for the music to really come through clearly and consistently throughout. So it's a small fix, but it's a big, like, profound impact on your mix, I think. So definitely worth doing it. 224, more accent on the mouth. You got this cool little moment here. This guy's like about to hawk a loogie in your face. I feel like you just kind of zoom in on that just a little bit more. Nice beat, great ambience. Although I would say that the volume balance in the backing ambient soundscape can be massaged a little bit, right? Think of this: the less important or impactful the sound in the mix, the quieter it should be in regards to building the ambience, like its position in the greater ambience. The reason I say that is because everything gets kind of magnified come maximization time at the end of mastering, right? And those elements start to those quieter elements, that if they're left too loud initially in the mix, they start to feel a little bit exaggerated when you get to the master. So I'd bring those down just a little bit, and doing that and bringing down the bass, and then bringing the big bass elements out of the compression chain. I think all of that will help your vocals stay more consistent throughout, and just kind of keep the delivery of stuff really clean. So a solid track, dude. A solid track. Let's see what people in the chat are saying. Oh, Xylokill, I'm just reading your comment about finding the right ride cymbal sample in your library. Right. Oh, man. Okay, people are liking this one. Hey, Control 4 Official, how you doing, homie? Happy Friday to you. Zeep says, I think some pitch bends in the 808 would be cool. That is a great idea. I vibe with that idea. I like that idea. Also, a tiny bit of distortion on the vocal, I think, would be nice to fit the beat and make it cut. You know, that would be good. There are spots where I think it would be even better. So maybe there could be variation in the amount of saturation being applied to the vocals. It would be a nice way to bring accent, for sure. Gabriel says, dopest dope. Control 4 Official saying, what's up, broski? Kid's out of school? Yeah, kid is out of school, and summer is officially kicked off here. So I was offline quite a bit over the last couple of weeks getting that summer started. But yeah. Xylokill says, I think the main thing to address is the 808 and the hats being panned to the right by like 10% in the whole song. Yeah, I feel like the hats thing isn't as pertinent to, like, to me, that's more of like a creative decision-making thing. The 808 is a little bit more having to do with the ability to hear everything correctly. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of see a difference in the two, honestly. Not to be super nitpicky about it, but I guess that's what I'm here to do, is be super nitpicky about things, right? To help things sound better. So, ooh, Control 4 official says, I need you to lay an ear on something I've been working on for literally half a year, I think. Not consistently, but you get the idea. Label Boss says it's a release, just a matter of how far I can take it. Ooh, yeah, drop it. Drop it. We will absolutely listen to it. Ooh, yeah, okay, now see, here is a good little bit of insight. Silokill says you can actually see the low end is like 10% louder on the right. That is a good thing to take notice of. I'm going to put this into a thread for you, AD, because I don't see you in the chat right this second. Viki. Okay, so Viki has been doing all sorts of remastering stuff. It looks like we've got another one. There's some denoising of the stems, audio upscaling for each stem. Ooh, a new technique is being used. Okay, cool. So let's give a quick listen to the source and then the remaster and see what he has come up with here. These are always fun. All right, so this is the original. With that buzz up there, that rattle. A big echo. Okay, I'm going to needle drop in the middle and then we're going to go listen to the remaster. Okay, now we're going to listen to the remastered version that Viki did.
Tolong diriku dari himpitan neraka. Belenggu sengsara ini selalu menggenggam diri. Dunia semakin kelam, tiada belas memandang. Hai ningrat, lihat sini, hidup yang penuh roda duri. Tiada banding kaya dengan jelata. Hari-hari santap jelaga sampai mati menjadi bangkai. Dunia semakin kelam, tiada belas memandang. Hai ningrat, lihat sini, hidup yang penuh roda duri. Tiada banding kaya dengan jelata. Hari-hari santap jelaga sampai mati menjadi bangkai. Mana sejati
semakin kelam, tiada belas memandang. Hai ningrat, lihat sini, hidup yang penuh roda duri. Tiada banding kaya dengan jelata. Hari-hari santap jelaga sampai mati menjadi bangkai. Mana sejahtera, mana sentosa ku pertiwi.
Yo, Vicky, this is great. I think this feels way more balanced than other attempts at like bigger volume change from the stems. There is still some excitement that's pretty constant throughout that's happening. It's more dominant on the right. But it's above 10K, maybe even 15 in spots, and I think it has a lot to do with the reverb and how all of the post distortion has just kind of affected that through the years of copying, especially. But I think that original the original recordings were leaning in a bright, distorted way to begin with. So I think part of it is just baked in, and part of it is artifact byproduct-y kind of stuff from other things. But you can manually pull that in. Like if you're just going to look at this post mix down in an EQ or a spectrogram of some kind, you could see where those hot spots are, and you can manually quell those things. And for something like this, you can use a static position little dip in an EQ to kind of soften around 15K, maybe somewhere in that neighborhood. You actually want to look to make sure. But then after that, you might actually want to also put, or before, you want to play with your signal flow here and see which is going to give you better results. Might be better before, actually, just for responsiveness. But anyway, a responsive EQ, right? Or you could put in a multi-band compressor and set up one band specifically to be operating, just listening for higher peaks in that small bandwidth, right? And kind of help with some of the harshness there. Easy fix for something that's probably going to be kind of annoying for some people on some systems, right? The kind of trebly systems. But overall, I think this is really solid. I think that it's like all of the other elements are being heard more clearly. So good job with the stemming. Another good classic song. Really good stuff. Yeah, it's kind of funny how gear starts to intersect with intention, right? I'm looking at the conversation in the chat between Xylokill and Viki about the DT770 Pros, which I've got here. These are the closed back ones, and about like how they affect perception. Yeah, it's really great. Good conversation, you guys. And you are welcome, Viki. That was a good one. Lego My Egg Roll, number 1. That's a fantastic name. Happy Friday. Welcome in. And 2, yes, of course, you can submit something. If you want to be heard, just hit the Discord and drop a link in the public feedback channel. First come, first serve. Control 4 Official, I love them. I think that I think they make really good stuff in general. But specifically, both of these models, they last so long. Like this, you guys have probably heard me talk about this so much, but like this pair of headphones here, they're old and they're rattly and they're not like they're not holding their shape and stuff the way that they used to, but man, they still sound great. And I've had them for like, I don't know, at least a dozen years, you know, just they just keep on kicking. It's amazing. Ooh, thank you, Jello. I'm going to do this really quick. Oops. Feedback. And then I'm going to pin that. Oops, stop moving. There we go. I'll pin that. Okay, so shall we listen to who's next? Vicky, that was awesome. Jacques, you are up. Let's see what you made this week. Man, you know, Siri, I've been correcting you with Jacques' name for what feels like a couple years now. She still autocorrects it every dang time. All right, Jacques, let's go. Saying, I've been playing games for the last 2 months. After a musical break, I made this song today. Ooh, freshies. Okay, let's go. This one's called Flower. Okay, Jacques, this was amazing. This was amazing. Like, there's part of me that wants to hear a second version of this, one with like, like atmospheric cinematic effects and whooshes and stuff to like make it like even more epic and stuff. This is great. Like, I want to play this game. I have no idea what this game is, but it's an adventure that I want to go on. I really enjoyed the palette of sounds, the synths. They felt, I don't know, kind of nostalgic and comforting and adventurous. And I like that we kind of start in one place and we just kind of head off. There's not a lot of repeating that's happening or anything. We're just telling a story and we're going somewhere else. We're all along for the ride. I love it. I don't really have strong feedback for you on this one. I just really enjoyed that ride. It's been a while since we've heard something from you, so yeah, that was good. It is a musical story, right? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's a no feedback track because each time I kept like thinking about typing something, I'm like, no, that's just like so completely subjective that no, I think I like this one as it is. That's really good stuff. Ooh, chat is agreeing. Oh, where are you, Philology? You are melting. Oh, Rokusai, you're hot too. Oh no. Yeah, people are really digging this one. Take the time and scroll up through the chat, Jacques, if you didn't see it in real time. That's great stuff right there. You're in London. Oh, man. It is hotter in London right now than it is in Portland, which doesn't happen very often. Salakills says, this was very beautiful. The only thing I'd try on the song is maybe more movement in the hi-hats. Very clean, beautiful vibe. Yeah, there was part of me that I was like, ooh, what if we added like, ooh, a little bit of high end here, and ooh, what if we had like a whoosh there, and ooh, like a little swell right here would be nice. But then I kept thinking to myself, like, but you wouldn't have those things in a game. Like, you would have those things like maybe in a scene or if, but this felt very, I felt like I was in a game while listening to this, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't know if that's what the intention was, but that is absolutely what I was feeling. A shaker would feel really nice. You're right, Jello. For real. Open hat every fourth. Yeah. 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 Good stuff. All right, Zeep. It is you. Let's see what you made this week. Zeep is saying, this is an old one. My buddy wrote a great melody and the track fell by the wayside. He's getting married in a couple of months, and I thought I'd finish it for that. I'd love any ideas anyone has for it. Okay. This is called Not Matzo. Let's do this. All right. I like this one. Like this feels so I don't know, there's something really special feeling about it with the celebratory ambience in the middle of it during that breakdown. It just felt there's like some nostalgic or some like embedded stuff here. Anyway, um lovely transition around 1 minute. I do think the bass can come down just a little bit, and there like I don't know that you need as much of the low end rumble that you've got going on here. I would roll it up. This being one of those really celebratory situations, I would avoid any frequencies under, say, like 35 hertz, just to kind of play it safe over here. There's all the infrasound effects that start to come into play psychologically, and what you don't want is to have uh, anxiousness and anxiety creeping into happy, good, feel good music, right? And that constant rumble around 20 hertz or so is triggering fight or flight instincts inside of us. And it's a little unsettling, which leaves us feeling slightly conflicted at times um, when there's different levels of excitement in the music. So anyway, I would avoid all of that. I don't want to get too far into the weeds there, but the other thing that it will help with is clarity. I think that there is just this kind of heaviness to the bass where if you were to eliminate that, I think it feels not just more nimble and lighter, but the other sounds are able to meet our ears more readily, right? So I think that everything is just going to fly um, when you release that. Um, More tension would feel good around 218, I think. Um, Adding a riser or two, right? So if by two, I mean like if you have one that you add that's say like maybe 8, 12 bars, something like that, and then you've got another one that's only like maybe 2 bars or something like that, right? And it's also got a really convex curve on it, right? So its delivery is like rather delayed, right? And last minute kind of rushed. It's like this little hurry up and be heard at the very last second, right? Where the other one is just kind of slowly building this more kind of even linear kind of tension, right? Even that would be a bit more convex to bring that last little rush, that uplift there at the end. But I think that you could add tension. It doesn't have to be anything overt in the mix. It can be something really incredibly subtle. It doesn't even have to be tonal. I think that one of them being tonal would feel really nice. Um, it could even be a rhythmic thing. It doesn't even have to be like a traditional sustained kind of element, but something to add just a little bit more tension before the release and kind of add that kind of foreshadowing kind of feel, right? Um, Again, really love the celebration ambience at 250. Um, at 338, again, similar to what I was saying before, secondary riser, something subtle, but also if you had a quick little suck back or little reversal, anything in the mix already, you can just reverse it and make a little effect out of it. And put that right before that point of transition. And I think it'll make it feel even more precise, right? Which is just going to feel great. And again, you're going to have that little kind of precursor energy, that little kind of thing going on, right? I'd love to hear the quiet parts get even just a little bit more quiet. I love the dynamics. There's this one moment where things kind of dip down um, before the full mix hits here. But if we could find a way to bring this and maybe even this peak down to about where this one is and bring this one down just a little bit, I think that it really would have a pretty dramatic effect, right? Especially because everyone's going to be caught up in all their feels with, it's a wedding, right? So I would play in this psychological stuff a little bit. So anyway, wrangle the low end, get rid of the rumble, I think, and see what you think. And congrats to your buddy. That's big stuff. What are you guys talking about here? You guys are talking about low end. Lego my egg roll. Of course, rap is okay here. Yes, we love hip hop. EQ to delete. Lego my egg roll says this is a bop. I like this. Yeah. Trip killer. Okay, so people are really liking this. There's some low end stuff. Whoa, Vicky, if you're talking about for feedback, is 15 minutes too long? It might be, but we could probably needle drop and skip a chunk of it, and still get a really good sense of the work that you did on it. That's probably how we would handle it. Every once in a while, a 15-minute track is not too long for Feedback Fridays. I'm looking at you, Rokusai. Some people have a knack with music that is, you know, a freaking odyssey. And just keep us completely riveted the whole time, so we'll see. Silent Kill's like, hey, just don't blow your speakers, man. Oh, that's okay, Rokusai. That's okay. We love you. It's not even like a we tolerate it kind of thing. It's like we kind of need it, actually. So there's no need to apologize. That's for sure. Jeremy G. Viking, Mr. Germicide, it is you. Jeremy's here saying, has a bunch of printer sounds in it. Probably going to end up with vocals on it. Sweet. Okay, this one's called Printed Onto Me. That's a catchy name. Iced tea season, y'all. This is great. This was just great. I feel like this is just a no feedback track. I don't think I have anything for you on this one. I think the printer sounds are super, super cool, super creative, super inspiring. Yeah, just a bunch of nastiness, man. I like this one. Silent Kill says, man, imagine actually sending tracks like that in a feedback queue. He's sent some really long stuff here, and people have really enjoyed it too when he's done it. He's like, I don't know if we're going to make it through the whole thing. And then people are like, I'm crying. What are you doing to me over here? I'm a freaking wreck. Yeah, he has a way. Jeremy, this was amazing. This was amazing. Yeah, that is true. It actually is true. People are like, I'm feeling things that I've never felt from music, and I don't know why I'm feeling them. It's true. Yeah. And then Rokusai just laughs and talks about how the harmonics are commingling or whatever, and then we move on to the next song. Yeah. And he gets no feedback whatsoever. It's one big happy family here. DJ, Sex Squatch, it is you. Saying, okay, been working on this one for a few weeks. Some of the sounds definitely need more mixing work, and the second drop is almost entirely a placeholder right now. Mainly looking for feedback on arrangement and sound selection. Thank you. All right, here we go. Yo! Happy Friday, homie. It's just another normal Friday. Woo, that's spicy. That is loud. Wow. These are like jungle synths. Not like jungle music. They're like growling and roaring and shrieking and squawking. They're like, "Row." Man, dude. All right, so the luffs, before I go any further, let me turn back up the volume for the next folks before I forget. Okay, so the volume, like the luffs are way too loud, and I think part of the mixing stuff will have to mean some of that stuff coming down. Your stuff always sounds great, so I have no doubt that you're going to get it there. Because it definitely doesn't sound as good when I turn it down. It loses energy. These bass dives are like, man, they're nonstop and they're so cool. They don't get tiring. They become more like mesmerizing, or they're not quite hypnotizing, but you're definitely looking forward to the next one each time you're in the middle of the one you're hearing now. You know what I mean? It's a really cool effect. Definitely some mixed stuff throughout. I feel like if you just batch process as much of this as possible and then just stitch it together like a puzzle, this thing would sound absolutely amazing. I would favor the sound design in a track like this, and just kind of group together as many sounds as possible, so you can get the absolute most out of all the sounds. And then it's almost basically just a volume mixing game from there. I really, really like the high-end harmonic shine on the bass in spots here, like around 2 minutes was super dope. Really amazing moment at 2:40. Like it feels like everything is popping off in this section, and it's just wild to hear it all. It really does feel kind of like a jungle ecosystem to me. Like there's kind of constant sound, right? But there is such an array of things making all that sound, and they're all chirping in ways that are just really unique. So good on you for that. Get the loudness under control. I like your sound selection. I really do. I think that I don't know that I would go and add more new sounds to this. I think if you find yourself in little moments where you're reaching for something new, personally, I would recycle the same sounds that you already have. And maybe you could even do this already. Like you can take a few of these sounds and maybe just kind of lean into this idea that these things are kind of like a big ecosystem of living things, right? Which would mean that some of those squawks would be just a little bit different from one another, right? Timbre wise. So if you were to go in and put in some long form, kind of slow running, but somewhat effective, modulators on the wavetables, for instance, of some of those more sound effect kind of sounds, right? So when they are popping off, there is extra movement, and it's not always coming from the same kind of transient position. Might be kind of a fun way to bring extra to the palette without bringing extra sounds into the palette, you know what I mean? So in regards to the sound selection, I think it's super dope. And arrangement, I really like. I think I need to hear what the second drop is going to be about. But I like the arrangement. I do. It's a mixed thing for me on this one. Sex Squatch saying, thanks, man. Yeah, mixing this one's really been kicking my butt a bit. May need to rip it apart like that and build up from scratch. That's exactly what I would do. I think I would leave your arrangement as is and just work on this as like a fresh mix down. Set a peak loudness ahead of time as a goal. Don't mix at that loudness. Just know that you're going to push it to that loudness and find as many ways possible to get your sounds closer to that kind of ideal without touching compression. See how many ways in which you can use saturation and EQ and volume to accomplish as much of that as possible. Because then I think your batch processing is going to be way easier and stuff gets stitched together way easier. Just a really dope song, dude. There's a lot going on in it. There's a lot going on. I bet it's a bear to mix. I was just thinking about the number of tracks it must be. How many tracks are in this? How many tracks? I'm kind of curious. You are welcome for the notes. Well, I'm glad that the feedback vibes with you, homie. I hope it does help you make it even better. Roku Sai's like, compression? Who do I need to shoot today? Damn it. Oh, man. All right, Gabriel died. Gabriel's back saying, learning how to make rhythm. Okay, this is the rhythm practice song. That's a great image for your practice song. That's great. Yo, okay, so this is wild stuff. The main rhythm bass, the main big resonant bass, I feel like you could contour that a little bit more as it's being introed, right? It kind of comes in at its peak, and I think you can kind of ease into it and let us kind of grow into that sound. And resonant bass like this one is always going to really cut through in the top end and the bottom end. It's going to kind of struggle comparatively. So playing around with that resonance and avoiding pain points can be a little tricky. So I would personally recommend bringing the volume down, and then keeping maybe that level for big peak accents or something. So that way, you can use the resonance in clever ways, and it's not becoming fatiguing or something that is, becoming less impactful over time, right? So anything that cuts through the mix really easily, you want to be able to kind of control and use with a sense of movement, I think, right? Because otherwise, it's not just predictable, but it gets kind of droning, right? And that's what you want to avoid if you're wanting impact from something all of the time, right? So that's one way that you can avoid that and kind of keep it fresh with people. The other way is to introduce more interplay between sounds in the project. And I think that that just innately brings more movement, right? So what I mean by that is it doesn't have to be like a call and response thing. It can literally be one sound is responding to the activity of another sound simply through something like sidechain input, right? And it doesn't have to be through compression where everything is ducking down when something else is hitting, although that would bring some movement to this. You can use sidechain inputs in all sorts of different effects plugins. So I would say have a little bit of play and start thinking about how you can fill up this arrangement time with less time and space and more movement, because I think that's probably the missing ingredient here if there was one. More change over time in subtle ways to keep interest growing, not just kind of steady, but to keep it growing, right? Be aware of harshness and brashness and how they translate both sonically and emotionally, and try to find ways in which you can like reveal the fullness of the resonance of a sound rather than keeping it out in the open the entire time. And I think that that right there is probably going to unlock your next steps for you, right? Because it's a pretty playful kind of like cause and effect kind of genre. So experiment, experiment. Yeah. It's mad science time, basically. Oh man. I'm just reading through the chat. You guys are freaking hilarious. Please respect Roku-Sai's wishes, you guys. Yeah, that track is wild, right? Yeah, my ears are kind of ringing with the kind of what is it? The reflectiveness, I guess, of that resonance. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be really interesting to hear something that is that open and ringing like that in such a sustained way. It'd be really interesting to hear that in a really big, big space. Like a big enclosed space. It'd be really wild to hear the. Can you imagine the reflections and like the amount of time that it would take, and like how that would start interacting with itself over time? Yeah, it would be wild. Okay, on to the next. On to the next. Josh Yoshiras. I'm not sure how to say this one. I really hate messing up names, so help me out in the chat if you can. UKG track. It's an unfinished, but this is it up until the bridge. It's arranged for DJs to be a 32 drop, so would love to hear if I can change anything to keep it interesting. Although I think there's enough variation already. Might have to tame the highs a teeny bit. All right, cool. Josh ideas. Okay, excellent. Yeah, thank you. Because I hate, man, I hate messing up people's names. I appreciate that. All right, here we go. This one's TV surfing. Man, this was great. I think this is like super creative in a few different ways, right? You're withholding the lower octave that everyone expects initially, and then when it does hit, it hits in such a unique way. Like there's just kind of this undeniable awesomeness to this one. Like really, it's a really good one. I like this. I think there's really interesting choices on display. It makes it unpredictable and feel really original. There's still plenty that is familiar, right? But what is unexpected is different enough to make it feel like a ooh kind of moment. You know what I mean? So really good use of creative decision making and also just using synths, in ways that aren't playing into just the like super common role play. You know what I mean? So yeah, I like withholding the low end there initially. Very good stuff. Yeah, drop was incredibly clean. Absolutely. Control for official says, I hope the next track will sound as corporate as the face on it looks. Oh my goodness. It did have a little bit of the Boke Nero kind of vibe to it, right? Yeah, it did. You're right. You're right. I would agree with that. But yeah, this is some solid garage here, man. Or garage, if you're on the other side of the pond. As Alec Hill says, the Awoken track is going to be amazing. I already know it. Yeah, they do make really, really good Six stuff. Yeah, Josh, I think this is great, honestly. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna listen to it again today. I like the key that it's in. I like the funk. I like the funk that you're bringing with it. It's solid. It feels very original, homie. It's good stuff. Bring more. Bring more. Awo. Awoken here saying, at a wedding, so I'll unfortunately not be able to tune in today. Submitted for a rhythm game song contest, so it unfortunately couldn't be any longer. Ooh, okay. So it's short. All right, let's listen. This one's Scaltro. Yeah, dude, this is great. I appreciate that it can't be any longer. Um, I love the intro. It'd be great if there was some kind of little reversal in there to help that transition. I kind of felt the same thing at the end. Maybe it's just a tiny little suck back. In fact, you know what? The little click that's in there, if you were to reverse that and put it into a big reverb, like maybe stretch it just slightly and then put it into a big reverb and then bounce that and then reverse that and use that as a little reversal effect there. That would sound super dope, especially if you added a tiny little tremolo with like a 1/32 triplet on there, just like a little, like right at the very end, just kind of push that to the point where you can just start to feel that flutter. Oh, that'd be so dope. Okay, anyway, loudness just feels like it's a bit much. It's very much at like the Awoken standard of loudness, but the instruments being used, it makes it feel just a little bit forced. So I bring the loudness down just a little bit. 103, this moment where everything's popping off at the same time, it's such a like brilliant little snapshot into the vision of this track here. It's really great. It's so lovely. 132, that ding I think could be reinforced. I'd give it a second bell that really shines and rings out for just a little bit longer. Or maybe just find a stronger bell that has a stronger ring to it. That's it. That's it. I think this is super dope. And I'll put this into a thread for you since you had to scoot. Super dope. Really good stuff. That's just talent. Yeah. Oh man. Xylokill saying they managed to leave a shimmer that's so sharp in the highs and yet sounds so soothing and clean in the mix. Well, I think part of it is just the palette of sounds that they're working with, right? And the sounds aren't being pushed in any dramatic or processed way, right? So it's not like there's big tails overlapping on these sounds. They kind of scoot pretty quickly. They get out of each other's way pretty naturally. I think that's the key, honestly. Yeah. Ultimate Computer saying compressed file to fit here as usual. Let's see what it says underneath. All right, a couple things here for you. This is great, by the way. It's a really good song. It's nice and swirly in the intro. Nice use of the stereo space at 103. I'd bring the pulse down a very small amount at 115. 204. Feel like we're kind of entering new territory here. We can't really predict what we're about to hear anymore. All of the sounds basically have been introduced at this point. And there's just kind of this constant push against expectation, it seems. I bring the pad up a bit at 220 and let us hear that open up. The creeping lead pad at 239 is kind of buried. I would create more separation so you can hear that element a little bit easier in the mix. 330, that whole section felt like there was supposed to be dialogue over the top of it or lyrics or something. If that isn't the case, this then makes me feel like this is being produced as ambient bed for sync type stuff. So I'm just kind of I would love to understand the greater vision for this and what your intention is here, because I can see this being used in a couple of different ways, but it definitely feels like there's room being left for something over the top of it. 440, big storytelling vibes in this one, so it's very supportive of drama. 541, the snare feels a little anemic, like it's just kind of simple and plain on its own. Everything else feels kind of touched a bit more. So maybe it's just a little bit of contouring, like a little shaping, or maybe it's just very subtly or processing or something. And then again, also with the snare at 538, it feels like everything but the snare is actually fading. I felt like maybe the snare should just fade too, because it feels a little odd on its own. Yeah. I think that's it. I think that's what I got for you here. Yeah, I mean, a synthwave snare could fit pretty well in there. Yeah. Yeah. I will put it in a thread. You bet. You bet. Yeah, that was good stuff. Have you built a portfolio yet? Have I asked you enough times yet? I think it really should be on your task list. Xylokill. It is you. It is you. Hello. Xylokill says, we hired a whole choir and a saxophone player for this. Yes, this is an official remix. Also, if you wanted full volume, SoundCloud link is in the description, but the video is sick, so I figure I'll send it. Excellent. 4 SoundCloud tracks. Well, it's got to start somewhere, my friend. Right? All right, I'm going to move this over to the other screen so we can watch this video that Xylokill made. Onward. Let's go.
In the deep, the shadows come from a beast of the underworld, a monster devourer with a house upon his back.
Yo, that was fantastic. Super fantastic. That was really great. Really fun video. I would push the choir a little bit more at 50 seconds. And then after that, I thought, yeah, I think the choir crescendo peaks can be a bit more. And then after that, I thought, definitely get the choir up. This is bigger than life kind of stuff. So at those peaks, I would push past just a little bit past that norm of like what you think is okay or kind of the peak loudness. I would go past that. And just at the peaks, it'll feel like this emotional surge, you know? Great balance throughout. It's a really clean mix and solid quality. It felt great when I turned it up too on this end. So please thank you for leaving room for the listener to do that. That's just fantastic of you. It's appreciated. Okay, so the horn Brahms, man, Siri. There we go. The horn Brahms can be mixed even more boldly, I think. I think I would add subtle saturation that grows to meet the peak at full excitement. Okay, so by that I mean, and this can just be done, you know, with a MIDI knob, right? Just dial in your saturation that you love and then ride that knob that is keyed up to your dry wet balance. And just add a little bit of extra saturation as that crescendo is occurring, right? And really dial it up at the peak. Really great track. And Game Shrimp really brought awesome work. Awesome work. This whole thing was great. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. Yeah. People are really liking this one. That was a busy chat for this one. Ride that knob. Sometimes you just got to ride that knob, and that's all you got to do. I'm going to put on some background music for just a sec. I'm going to go hit the bathroom, and I'll rejoin you. Don't go anywhere.
That's affirmative, and the ATM was on going over the hill.
If you Capcom, have you any indications of acquisition yet?
Be right back.
Okay, do you want to start attempting to contact them by voice?
Roger. Hawaii has approximately 2 more minutes of acquisition. Do you have any further flight? Roger, I'd like to get a TMT, and a TR time activated.
Okay, after you flight, you monitoring?
Do you have any idea of the antenna position at present, over? We saw it about 10 minutes ago. It looked to be a mile or so underneath it. Roger, copy. And be advised, our Ohm's reg pressure is 0. Ohm's reg pressure 0. That's a problem.
Roger, based on our best evaluation of the IVIs we got from the local recordings here in Houston, it looks like we had a normal retro fire.
Hawaii, Gemini 8. No, he says he is separated from the Adina and he's in a roll and he can't stop it. Roll enough that we can't turn anything off. Gemini 8, CSQ contract ID read. Gemini 8, CSQ contract ID read. You've got it counting up? Oh, the one we've got is counting down. Well, I'll set it. Verify that module 4 is loaded. Copy. Control mode 1, disable SBC. Roger, copy Gemini, and be advised they're planning to come into a dash 3 area. Gemini 8, CSQ, Capcom, are you read over? Okay, relax, everything's okay. Gemini 8, Hawaii. Go ahead. Gemini 8, CSQ. Go ahead. It was when we were in a 0180 spacecraft configuration, and spacecraft B hooked onto the Agena, and we were
stabilized there. We had the attitude control power off in the spacecraft, all attitude control power off. And we were, at the time we sent 041 recorder on. The spacecraft, Agena, suddenly, or the combination started.
Man, intense intro music today, huh? Well, and I guess taking a break music. All right. We're back. Let's see who's next. Silent Kill, that was a great track. That video was fantastic. Please pass along our compliments to everybody who helped. I am TP. You are up next. This one's called Let's Go. Let's go.
This shit is the best.
Yo, I'm TP. This is dope. There's some low frequency interference and rumblings that can be cleaned up in the intro. Some of it's translating as kind of low end heft that doesn't really need to be there, that's kind of keeping some clarity at bay. And then the other half is kind of coming through as noise. Super nasty ideas here. 54 seconds was a really nasty moment. And also peep the feedback from Xylokill in the chat. Found it. It says in the intro, the high end on the basses are smeared. They're clashing with your top loops, making it sound like there's constant noise. So that is the source in the intro. At 2 minutes, the vocal synth sample. I think that will land with so much more impact if you can isolate it a bit. So let's talk about just really quickly about like how powerful some of the ideas that you have here are. Like they're really, really great. And the timing of them is really good. You're executing them incredibly well. The overall impact of those different maneuvers, like your points of transition and stuff, those are being lessened by the bigness of other stuff. And let me explain that, because that's kind of a weird thing to say, right? Bigness of other stuff. There's just extra loudness and kind of overlapping of sounds in a few spots. And if you were to kind of minimize what you have going on in your arrangement where possible, you're going to be carving out space for other things to really stand out. Now, you hear artists of all sorts of genres talk about this. Someone who talks about it best is maybe Herbie Hancock, of all people, right? Because he talks about it in regards to the notes being played. Like sometimes it's much more important to recognize the notes that could have been played and were not included in that song because of how they left everything else room to be felt and interpreted and understood and all of those things, right? So the same kind of thing can be said when it comes to the duration of our notes, the loudness of our notes, the stereo position of our notes, all of these different little things, right? So another great person to think of creatively in a moment like this, when you've got a track that's really good and you're kind of at this carve down point, which is like, what can I get rid of? What else can I get rid of? Okay, now what else can I get rid of? And it's when you finally get to the point where it's like, I'm not sure I can take away anything else. It's kind of when you start to get to the realization that like you're done with the song. But someone who's really great at this is actually Bob Ross, the painter, the old school painter with the afro, right? So he does a really good job of just like carving away at things. There's inevitably points on this big busy piece of canvas, right? And I'm not a painter, but I can appreciate what's happening in the moment. He's got this stuff on there, and at some points it's just a little bit too much, and he'll take this palette knife and he'll be like, well, let's just scrape this away here and see what happens. And he'll just scrape there, and what he's actually doing is he's dragging a knife through his arrangement, right? And he's kind of cutting away at the kind of unnecessary noise that's kind of built up on the surface, and he's exposing the individual little vibrant colors that are in there, and he leaves them as a streak there, and then he calls it like a reflection or a highlight or something, and it's brilliant. You know why? Because it lets you understand that like what's on the surface of the painting is like just the surface of the painting, right? And the stuff that's right under that is not only super interesting and really awesome to look at, but it was necessary to build up to what you can actually see on the surface. So what I'm trying to say is that you have a lot of really good sounds in here that are getting in the way of other really good sounds. And as you start to carve away as much as you can, whether it's a few frequencies here or moving this sound just a couple more ticks over to the left away from center or whatever it is, bringing the volume down while this other one is coming up, each one of those little maneuvers is kind of revealing something to us, right? It's revealing more about the other things that you're allowing us to hear in those moments. And I think that is the big takeaway for this track right here, is that there are a few different times in the track where you can hear like some noise build up, or like there's some obfuscation to clarity or something. You're like, huh, where's that coming from? So this really is about isolation, separation, finding the depth. EQ control and volume automation is going to get you basically all of that. So it's EQ and volume from here on out. And you're probably going to have a lot of automation, because there's going to have to be change over time, and the sounds are going to be reacting to each other in the mix as you go forward. So that's the feedback I got for you on this one. Hope it vibes with you. Yeah, you bet. You bet. Yeah, this good good banter. Good banter between you in the chat. All right, Control 4. It is you. Let's do it. What is this one called? This one is Awaken. Test version. See what it sounds like.
We don't question where the cosmos came from. Yet we demand to know where we're going. The universe was never meant to be understood, only experienced. We searched the stars for answers, but the signal was always inside. Before time had a name, we were already energy. Matter is temporary. Vibration is eternal.
Wow. Whoa, Control 4 official just pointed something out that I didn't even realize. They're like, hey, that's 9 minutes, folks. Actually, that was almost 10 minutes. 9:49. Wow. Oh no, I see there's Big Tail here. So 9 minute song. Man. You kept us entertained because it didn't actually feel as long as that. Your Broly voice is getting buried at 55, and just in general, I would say voiceover, like the dialogue elements, the all of the vocal related elements, I would bring up. The vocoder channel, I would bring up. The subtle chatter bits on the left at 156, I would bring up. Each time I was encountering them in the track, I kept feeling the same exact thing, that the real lead of this track is the combination of these four-menty elements, these vocoded and four-menty synth elements, kind of commingling with the human or AI human elements. I think those all kind of stitched together to be the thing that we're actually following through this whole thing, honestly. The other thing that I felt several different times was the sequenced synths felt like they were trying to be the leads when they're not. They're providing the energy and the pace, but they're not the lead, so to speak. So I felt like there were a couple of things volume order wise that you could attend to. And then I also felt like, just in general, that the big three, the lead, the bass, and the drums, could come down just a little bit, and then the supporting elements mix in general can just kind of come up a little bit. And then outside of that, the sequence synths, I think I would count those as supportive elements. Now that will help all your vocal tracks, all your dialogue, all that stuff. It'll help that stuff stay up on top more because it won't have this thing biting across and like conflicting across the frequency spectrum as it's doing its thing. At that level anyway. Also feels like this could be bookended just a little bit more. Like there were a couple of spots where, not so much in the low end, but there were a couple of spots where I felt like, okay, the low end could be tightened just a tiny bit, probably just through a shelf. And then the high end, I felt like there were a couple things poking out in those upper frequencies that you could just like, you just bring those top frequencies in and just kind of tighten that up a little bit. I feel like it would just feel a little bit more complete, right? And contained, I guess is the right word, not complete, contained. Already talked about all the four-menty elements. There's a piano in here. It isn't heard all the time. It is felt, I think, in more situations than it's felt sometimes. But I also feel like it kind of escapes us. Like we could put much more of a spotlight on the piano. That shifts the whole feeling of the song. There's like this kind of emotional weight that comes with the piano that's simply not there in the synths. So for what it's worth, I felt like the piano was kind of being left in this position where we weren't fully getting it all the time. 530 wanting a little less of a couple of elements here. It just felt like there was the build to come out of this section, and there was a lot of busyness that didn't actually need to be in there. So I would consider that to be like carve away material. Just bring that stuff down, maybe like 6 dB, couple of elements down like 6, maybe 8, 10 dB even. Don't make them go away. Just make them more subtle. 601, just active volume automation here to make the synths kind of swoop and soar around each other. I think that there's opportunity here to call out individual sounds a little bit more and support the ones that are in the lead position in one moment, right? And then as that shifts, making adjustments through automation to help that next one occur the same way. 628, I think the singing can use a little stereo effect manipulation. It felt kind of in this static position, which it is, compared to everything else. So just a little something to help it join the chaos, if you will, the movement. And I would also bring it up a bit more to sit fully atop the mix. And of course, then the backing vocal needs to come up. And I felt the backing vocal for that singing sample. I felt like that was a little on the quiet side as it stands right now. And I think that's it. That's a lot of notes. I'm going to put this into a thread for you because that was a lot of notes. I felt like I just talked for a couple of minutes. So that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this one. There we go. That was great. Great track, dude. And we were just talking earlier about really long tracks and about them being appreciated here in the community. Let's see. I'm just checking the chat here to see what I've missed. Rafe, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. Welcome back, Rafe. Ish, how you doing, homie? Oh, I need to catch up with you. How you doing? V2 next Friday. Ooh, you guys, our very good friend Ish here in the community is a brilliant mastermind of many things. Music only being one of them. He's also brilliant with code, and he is building us a feedback platform where we can have everybody put all of their music in one place in a really nicely packaged way. We can get rid of bouncing between browser tabs and different platforms and stuff, and you guys can see where you are in the queue, all that kind of stuff. I think we're even going to, hold on, I know this is kind of next level, but I think we're even going to like send you a message or something when you get your feedback, like if you're not around. Anyway, there's like some stuff. There's some stuff being built, and there's version 2 next week. So we'll take it for a spin together. We'll do our second. It can't really be an alpha test anymore. It'll be a beta test. Control 4, take care, homie. Jello says, now time for my really long track. Ooh. Rokusai says, hey, we talking top end? Rafe, it's good to see you. I'm glad that you are splendid, Ish. That is wonderful to hear. I feel like I feel like I haven't seen all you guys in a couple of weeks. Nice. Nice, Rafe. Sounds like you've been busy. Blazon's adding to the fire. This is great, you guys. This is great. All right. Ooh. Sneaky sidecar. Ooh, profiles? Feedback history? Are you kidding me? Ish, you're my hero, man. You're my hero. Man. Xenoterror, welcome in. Happy Friday. Yeah, Ish is killing it. Everybody has ups and downs, right? Man, that's why they call it freaking life. Otherwise, they just call it easy or something. All right, Jello. It is you. Shall we? Jello says, the main thing I want feedback for this is the piano solo recorded by me at 420. I know I need more practice and recorded it, but is there any other things I missed? It's my first time recording anything for music. Usually MIDI goes all in, including here, and was done by my 5-year-old iPad, so it's not great. Okay, so we will listen to that. This is Consequences of Our Actions. Let's go. Okay, here we go. I got some feedback here for you. Love the intro. I love that it was kind of off on its own as this wholly other thing, fully resolved before moving into the main mix. It was nice. And nice arrangement in general, by the way. 210, when the drums first come in, I know that they're going to come up in volume, but it felt a little too low when they came in. It felt like they were regular drum. It was, let me get my words in order. It felt like the drums were played at a regular level, but that the volume was brought way down, which is totally different than playing drums at a really low velocity because you're getting a totally different sound from them. So the way that it translates was a little bit odd, right? Because it felt like they were just kind of artificially low instead of played low, if that makes sense. So if you have the way to go back and change that, then I would go back and change that and just actually literally increase the velocity of the notes as you're writing that part of the arrangement, because that would come across as more authentic, I think. The other option would be to just bring them in just a little bit louder, so you're not quite caught in that same type of situation. And then also, it felt like there were maybe a few different reverbs here and that maybe they were at different levels. I would really recommend, where you can, using a shared reverb to put all of the instruments into one space where it sounds like they're all performing together in real time. The other thing is I would EQ the reverb. I always EQ reverb just because you don't always need the extra highs and lows that end up being inside of reverbs. And then maybe moving things off of the MIDI grid just a little bit, kind of humanizing the actual position of the notes just a little bit more. And I think that each of those kind of translates to a more organic soundscape as all of these sounds are presenting at once. So I would probably back off the reverb level a little bit, tighten the frequencies that are being allowed through, humanize those notes just a little bit. And then when they're hanging out in the air with the original notes, it feels a little bit more natural and in line, right? At 422, I know that this is what you wanted the main bit of feedback on. Honestly, the piano feels like it's in a different place. Number one, it feels like it's from like a different era or something. And then it feels like it's in a different room too. So here's my thoughts on this. If you like the sound of the piano on its own, then maybe you just leave these two things as wholly separate things, right? Because of this stark difference between the two environments that the instruments are obviously in. The other option would be to audition different pianos, right? This sounds like an old player piano. Those instruments that are alongside it don't really match that era or where those instruments would even be played, really. So I would probably err on the side of going for different pianos to be auditioned to see if I can get something that really fits with great alignment with the music. But if you really like the aesthetic of that old-timey player piano kind of thing, maybe just move it off to the side and keep it as a wholly separate thing, the same way that the intro segment was wholly separate from the main part of the song, right? And the piano playing was fine. The piano playing was good. It's more just how the sound, the aesthetic of that piano is fitting with the mix, the aesthetic of the rest of the music. Okay, so two things in general. Always EQ your reverb. I already mentioned that. And then two, get things a little bit more off that MIDI grid to help it keep more of a human appeal, right? Those are the two things. That's it. It's not a MIDI grid that I use, it's actual sheet music. Maybe I could do that after and keep the sheet music in another program, but it's quite the works instead. Oh, right. Yeah, we've talked about this before because your stuff is intended to be performed. Yeah, we've talked about this before. So no, you're right. You have to keep your sheet music intact. You're absolutely right. So what you do is you write everything, and then in your piano roll, there might actually be functions like MIDI transform functions that allow you to just select all your notes and then operate like a humanization function on them, what that typically does is in somewhat random form, it alters the velocity value of the notes and then the position of the notes slightly. So usually what I will do is I will take everything but the first note in phrases and I'll humanize those a little bit. So that way, like if it was intended to start exactly where it did, it's not being bothered, and then the rest of it kind of feels, a little more human. So right, yeah, we have. I remember this conversation now. We have had this conversation. Yeah. I think for what you've got here, and the limitations tool-wise that you're describing, I would probably keep these two things separate. I would probably just make the piano piece its own kind of outro element maybe for this song or something like that. Clary, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. Zendremic, you are up. Ooh. Zendremic is restarting the Waterdrop project, you guys. Rokusai is telling me, hey, OMLAB MuseCore does not have humanization, unfortunately. It really only intended for sheet writing. Sound engine-wise, it's limited but solid as a writing package. Gotcha. Zendremic. Let's see what you did with water, homie. Yo, Zin, this is great, man. It's good to hear the Water Project again. My only main feedback on this one is I think it'd be kind of cool to hear additional top-down warping on the entire track. I think it'd be cool, especially with the tuning of some of the notes being off the way they are. I think it would come across as very kind of Boards of Canada, you know? And I like that little reversal at 355. That was a nice little touch. That was dope. Yeah, the entire track, because I think that it would glue the whole thing together and make it feel like it's something that was just dug up. You know what I mean? Like that it was all recorded on tape or something, you know? Yeah, I think that'd be like a nice unifying touch. All right, I am going to go get rid of my little last bit of the iced tea here. I'm going to go hit the bathroom, and I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in just a minute.
That's affirmative, and the ATM was on going over the hill.
If you Capcom, have you any indications of acquisition yet? Okay, do you want to start attempting to contact them by voice?
Roger. Hawaii has approximately 2 more minutes of acquisition. Do you have anything further planned? Roger, I'd like to get a GMP, TEP, and a PR time activated.
Okay, FE flight monitoring.
Do you have any idea of the antenna position at present, over? We saw it about 10 minutes ago. It looked to be Myler still underneath it. Roger, copy. And be advised, our home direct pressure is 0. Home direct pressure 0. That's a problem.
Roger, based on our best evaluation of the IVIs we got from the local recordings here in Houston, it looks like we had a normal retro fire.
Produce flight CSQ. Hawaii, Gemini 8. No, he says he is separated from the Agena and he's in a roll and he can't stop it. Gemini 8, Gemini 8, CSQ, Capcom, contact Eddie Reed. We read you loud and clear. We have a new TR and a little voice. Okay, TR we got to count up. Say again? The TR we got is counting up. The TR you got is counting up? Oh, the one we've got is counting down. So don't sweat it. Verify that module 4 is loaded. Copy. Control mode 1.
I'm back. Let's get back to it, shall we? Zardrock, welcome in. Which one are we on? We are on Lego My Egg Roll currently. That is where we are in the queue. Zendremic, it's good to hear you, homie. Lego My Egg Roll. I love that name. All right. My music persona is Maui Mike. I wrote this while being stuck inside the COVID epidemic. Ooh, so it's been a minute. All right, let's go listen. Let's go listen.
You know, we go through a lot in life. It don't matter what you've been through, good or bad, tough or hard. As long as down deep inside you know that you did your part. Taking in what I'm raking in, not bad, but I'm breaking in. Top of my game is the rank I'm in. I'm on a whole new level. I don't hate to win, I just rhyme while the record spins. Mistake the cuts and sprains that been sold in my life and held within. I've been through a lot of sin, lost a lot even next of kin. I'm out of breath, I need a second wind. Still hold my chin up, never try to give up. Even if I hiccup, I promise I'ma get up. Explore life and find me a purpose under the surface. I feel like I just didn't deserve this. I thought I was giving in the blessings that turn it into something I can't really explain. The world is insane. Sometimes I feel like we take its beauty for vain. Create war off the salt off a train and throw the love down the drain. I'm not the type to go complain, but I've been stuck inside all day. Don't mind the snow or the rain, cause I just push right through the pain. And I'm just trying to hit the stage even though it's out of range. And then I watch the seasons change, but the flavor just stays the same. Now tell me what's my name. If you don't know it, then that's a shame. Guess I'm just the one to blame. My homie lost his friend just the other day, and I just didn't know what to say. I hang my head and pray, Lord, please let us find a way through strife and maybe find your grace. I might be safe, I'm Mike today. I like to say, I like to stay. I ride the wave, I might be brave, but I wonder, will I grow at a micro pace or fall in love and then I'll die today? That feels like such a waste, and I just wanna taste. And I just wanna taste. Not the type to go complain, but I've been stuck inside all day. Don't mind the snow or the rain, cause I just push right through the pain. And I'm just trying to hit the stage even though it's out of range. And then I watch the seasons change, but the flavor just stays the same. Now tell me what's my name. Now tell me what's my name. Now tell me what's my name.
Leg of My Egg Roll, that was absolutely brilliant. I'd say this is basically, I mean, this is a no feedback track. I would love like just a smidge less sub in in the kick. Like I'm kind of nitpicky that way, but this is so good. Your flow is so good. It's brilliant lyrics. It's great. The way that you deliver it all is so genuine and heartfelt. It comes across as genuinely relatable. I think people would love to hear more from you. I know I would. Roku says, very nice poetry. Yeah, it's just, it's very good stuff, man. I think all of us would love to hear more from you. Yeah, Roku says, love your voice on it too. Good performance and tracking. Clary, yeah. Yeah, if we got time with it, yeah, we'll certainly listen to it if there's time, for sure, yeah. Lego says, I'm just a writer. I had a friend produce and mix and master. Gotcha. Well, you guys did great, and I would really encourage you to keep working together because that was fantastic. And yeah, I know I'm not the only one that wants to hear more of that. So that was really good stuff. Really good stuff. Send it to the same queue maybe, or you can put it in the cool music queue and just poke me, just remind me that it's in there. Okay, cool. Oh man, Lego My Egg Roll, I'll tell you what, if that makes you feel better about your organic stuff, then your organic stuff is probably just great. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you just need an icebreaker to know that you're in a, I don't know what else to call it, like a safe place to share stuff, you know, not got eaten alive or anything. Like people appreciate your stuff, you know what I mean? So yeah, bring more, dude. Bring more. Absolutely. All right, let's see who's next. Paul. It's Paul Paradise. Let's listen to see what Paul made. This one's called Era. Paul, this is a pretty good track right here, man. Good work on it. I think that that may have been the clearest vocal sample I've heard in funk music. Was that your producer tag? It was maybe like, I don't know, 30 seconds in or something like that. People in the chat are digging this one. They're thinking it's nice and clear. It's got a good vibe. Absolutely. I cannot type today either, Blazing Beats. Well, I can never type though, so there's never actually been a day I could legitimately type. So, oh, it's just a sample you stole. Well, then it is, I think, the legit most clear sample I've ever heard in funk music. I think. What made you put the one sample in there so clearly? Was it just to catch people off guard and like throw something a little left to center? Because I love that stuff. All right, let's see who's up next. It looks like it is M. Zardrock. Huh. Rokusai appreciated that as non-distorted funk. Very nice, very nice. Welcome in, American Pirates. Hope you're doing well out there. All right, this is Zardrock. All I did was dream of you. Let's go. Okay. Zardrock, here's a couple of things that I've noticed. I love the arrangement and the palettes of sounds. Hearing compression squash things a bit pretty consistently throughout. It sounds like maybe the kick and the bass, which are pretty constantly kicking off, right? I think it's keeping the compressor engaged, maybe? Like if you're looking at things, does that sound right? If so, we just need to reapproach how we're actually processing things here at the end. We can do some batch processing. So those sounds are being treated separately from the rest of your music because a compressor is only going to do one thing. It makes things quieter, right? It turns down the volume as soon as it kicks into action, right? That's why you have to add gain back and stuff. So, you don't want anything that's continually triggering your compression, that's for sure, because it's continually bringing all of your peaks down, right? So, and in this situation, your peaks would actually be the kick and the bass, and everything else is being pushed down because of it. So you're never even getting to a peak loudness with any of your other elements, if that is the case. Sidechain timing, as Rokusai pointed out in the chat, is causing some flamming. I would also just point out to keep the vocal elements up on top of the mix. So they're here heard really clearly as kind of like the driving force of like energy and excitement, right? The rolling bass line and the kick, like that's the heartbeat, that's the throb, that's the pace, right? But the energy and all of that's really pouring out of the vocal channel. So make sure that's right up on top. Everything else I think in this is sounding pretty good. There's just a couple of mixed things here I think to help you get this up to snuff. No gimmicks, welcome in. Happy Friday. Cynthia says, today I learned what the overlap is called. I didn't know it had a name. Yeah, there you go. There you go. It upsets the low end a lot and makes for a weak sub response. So on bigger speakers, it just sounds like continued low end rumble. There you go. There you go. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird what sound does in different situations, right? Right? I'm a big science guy. I'm constantly reading the science news. Like I try to keep up on all the stuff each day, have for basically my whole life. And they've just proven that there is more than one state of water. Not state, that's not the right word, because there's, of course, a gaseous state and a solid state. That's not what I meant. The physical makeup of water is more than one singular arrangement. Anyway, this type of thing is exhibited in audio as well. There's just weird stuff when you start throwing things at one another in time and space like this. It's quite fascinating. Some of it seems like so unpredictable and chaotic, but then you walk into a room full of nerds and you find out that there's actual names for it and there's physical response, like reasons for this happening. Yeah, Rokusai, I am. Yeah, it's really quite phenomenal, but it does explain, like this is a theory that's been introduced many, many years ago by different people at different points because different behaviors have been exhibited in different kind of extreme situations. Anyway, it's just so fascinating to learn that there's actually a couple different kinds of water. And it's not that they're commingling, it's that it fluctuates in that way, which is just phenomenal to me. What are we going to find out? That like water is conscious too? Come on. Less is more. Yes. Yes. Lego my egg roll. It is kind of the slogan, if you will, of OhmLab. Exclusion zone water. Oh man, sentient water drops. Yeah, there you go. Okay, Cynthia says, finally moved back home from abroad for 6 months, ready to get back into the music grind. This is a short idea I've been working on today. Same as usual, trying to get cohesiveness and progression with organic fluid feeling layers, and would love to hear your thoughts. Hope you're well and happy Friday. All right, Cynthia, let's do this. This one's called New Chapter. And welcome home, by the way. Yeah, okay. So this was fantastic, Synthra. You haven't done it in a while, and you came back to it, and you're making awesomeness still. That's good to know. I really don't have a bunch of feedback for you on this one. I think this is great as it is. I think it's this fleeting idea that one, you should flesh out into something more complete, but then also two, I really like this in its current state. And I personally would love to hear you put together like a few alternate versions of this. This is sitting at a kind of an awkward time at 110. But think about this. If you had a 60, a 30, a 20, and a 10 of this, these can be used as like branding elements, right? Like this is really good stuff for a portfolio here. Like it's not quite audio logo, but you can brand around something as unique as this. So got my mind spinning. Some good stuff. Yeah, I would agree with this. Rokusai says that's the very best respace you've brought so far. Very, very organic Cohen sound like. Yeah. Lego, you take care, homie. We'll see you in a bit. Cynthia's saying, oh, thank you so much. I feel like I'm really starting to understand just sound more, to be honest. How to move it and control it in ways you want. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely when that happens? Man. Sonicscape, you're here. We started the show off with you today, and it was lovely. Lovely. Ultimate Computer says, oh my God, Cohen Sound was a big listener back in the day. You know, they're still making stuff. Lego, I'm glad that you vibed with us. It's good to have you in the mix. Come back. We do it every Friday. We're not going anywhere. Bring more stuff with you, too, because we all loved it. You can be part of the family. Synthra says, honestly, my struggle with this is just deciding which direction to go. I've had lots of inspiration and ideas so far. Just got a bunch of 4-bar ideas in the project spread around. Yeah, that's... Yes, guilty. Oh, that's a lot of my projects. Good Taste Club, welcome in. Happy Friday. We are doing good. It's Friday, and it's always good here on Friday, so... Dude, Rafe, how hot is it in Germany right now? How hot? Because you guys have no AC, right? You're like here. Well, I mean, some people have AC here, but like, I live in Oregon where air conditioning is not like a normal expected thing. So you just kind of suffer. Oof. No gimmick saying, bro, you got a good radio voice. Hey, thanks. I did spend some time on radio, so that does make sense. Oh, Rob Pawn is here saying, actually, I just don't even feel it anymore. Oh, jeez. It's amazing just what heat does to us, right? It's just like, man, it's so defeating. It's such a heavy thing to feel too much heat, you know? Man, just lay down in one spot and survive. All right. Rave is here saying, have nothing to say about this. Just rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Okay. Let's see what we have going here. Yo, Rave, this was really cool. Honestly, I like it. It's raw. I like the vibe. I think it's really cool. I bring the sub way down and the bass way down. I agree with Rokusai that it would be great to hear you get even more weird with it. Like your specific kind of wonk in this track is really appealing. So I too would encourage you to just kind of go more left of center and deeper into the tuning stuff and kind of the chaos aesthetic, if you will. Keep your vocal up on top. There were a couple of spots where the vocal kind of dipped down a little bit. Make sure it stays up on top. Probably just a little bit of writing is needed. And then in that section, that breakdown section where you got that kind of shadow vocal track, I would bring that up so everyone can hear it a little bit more. It doesn't have to be a lot more, but right now, I think a bunch of people are probably missing that that's even happening. So I would bring that up a bit. Yeah. Yeah. That's really good stuff. Xenon. And you guys are bringing some good stuff today. This one is called Control. No survivors.
Shed innocent blood. What's blood for, if not for shedding?
Okay, Xenon. That got a little harsh. Not gonna lie. I'd start with the ambience a bit more subtle. it's keeping things from being clear at the current volume that it's at. So I bring the ambience way down, 10, 12 dB to start with, and see what you're thinking. Take it from there. Really dope transition at 115. I do think, though, that with that much noise in effect at that level of LUFS, you're going to see a lot of people hit stop and move on to the next song. You're going to find very few, like it's edge cases where people will enjoy that level of harshness for that sustained period of time, honestly. So for what it's worth, it's hard to control. It's hard to control the because you want the fierceness and the edge to come through, and yet you also want people to make it through to the end of the song. There is just a limit with certain extreme sounds and the way that they're presented, though, I think. So I think that's what the response is in the chat that you're seeing there. Rokusai says, I would like more variation on the modulation of the basses. The fact that they are a bit repetitive doesn't help with them being very harsh. I do like the harsh sounds for a short moment, but sustained is just causing unneeded ear fatigue. EQ a lot tighter and watch that top end if it's under a microscope. Automate those EQs over time, and when you do want to hit a harsh moment, just at certain spots. Yeah, I would agree with that. We talked about this earlier in the stream about how when you get to these sort of extreme positions with sounds and resonance and noise, that you find opportunities in which ways you can disclose it in clever or intriguing or interesting ways. But what you don't do is leave it too sustained for too long, because it has such a big diminishing return value to it. Right. So the longer you engage with it, the longer you're kind of ignoring the wants of the listener in a way. Right. And that's where the frustration builds up with the listener. So that's just how the psychology of it all works. So if you want more people to find interest in it, I would work on that area, in the movement and the disclosure of the fullness of the sound, but never really getting there for too long. Because I think that's kind of where the real balancing act is with this type of music. Okay, on to the next one. Imbue. The Anti-Jerks are here. Hey, free mango time. How you doing, homie? Let's see what the Anti-Jerks made this week, shall we? This one is called Raw Signal. Yo, this is dope. I love the dark vibe. It's intriguing and playful all at the same time. A little bit of mysterious. Yeah, I dig it. And the bass is everything. Like, the bass is just so nice. Is that the right BPM? Or is it just a little bit quick? Just kind of wondering. Wondering for a friend. That's all. GB65 saying, hey, maybe the drum beat can change slightly to match the synth as it's fading out, but that's all. 145, Speed DJ. Ah, gotcha. More quick, more vampires. Those are some fast vampires, man. Yeah, but you know what? Vampires are usually pretty quick. It's not like they're freaking zombies. You know what I mean? Like, vampires are notoriously across the room in a split second to drink your blood. I would assume. Unless they just want to dance. I don't know. Classic. Is this the right BPM? This is the BPM we DJ at. Yeah, then it's the right BPM. Blazen's up. Blazen's here saying these are the same songs, but different takes. So take your pick on this unless there's time for both. Oh. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. One is recovered audio, and then the other is recovered audio corrupted retrieval. Reclamation. What are you doing to me, man? All right, let's listen to this one. Yeah, no, I think that might be your first no feedback track, huh? No, didn't you guys have another one? Like, I could have sworn you guys had another one like a year ago. Maybe I'm mistaken, but you guys make good stuff. I really enjoy what you do. Keep it up. One is from the original album. The other is from a remix album. Yeah, a year ago is still a thing. Absolutely it is. Absolutely. That music lives on forever. All right, let's hit play on this and see what Blazin made. Oh, you guys are still adding stuff to the queue over here. Dope. That's what I say about this one. It's great. It's got a lot of power. I'd bring the drone down at 40 seconds. It kind of arrives abruptly and loud. I'd bring it down to good like 8 dB probably. Luffs. Luffs are the big one. I would bring the luffs down. Make sure that you're not blowing any of your listeners up, only your enemies. Bring the bass pulse down and make more room for the horns to be felt. Also adjust the bass pulse ADSR. So bring the decay time in and the sustain level down, not so it's a plucky bass, but so that it's getting out of its way much quicker and there's less of a sustained rumble with this kind of quick pace pulse that's happening right now. So there'll just be a little bit less bloat between each one of the individual notes, and that will give you easily like so much more clarity in the music because there will be less constant low end rumble there. You can also shave a bit of the lowest frequency energy off with the shelf on that pulse, and I think it would feel really nice. It'll be way less competitive with your big impacts and intentional sub-bass effects. So that's what I got for you on that one. I am also super curious, so I'm going to hit play on this one. Is it as long? I didn't realize you guys were still adding to the queue. And I do kind of need to go, but also I still want to keep listening because we didn't get to do this last week. And so my curiosity's piqued. I need to sample this. So give me a sec. Let me just hear. Oh, it's even longer. Blazin, I'm pausing this to ask you if you've set up a licensing portfolio yet. Have you? Have you? Because people want to use this, like in fight scenes and stuff. I'm telling you right now, this they might only use 1 minute of this 6.5 minute song, and it might just be to intro this epic fight scene, but they would purchase your music to do that. Yeah, man, so much of this track here is just sync music. It's soundtrack waiting for a movie, you know what I mean? Oh wait, what did I say? Oh, it's the snare. Why did it change? I must have really misspelled snare for it to autocorrect to dance. My goodness. All right, so the snare doesn't really fit the vibe, I feel. It's really loud and punchy like dubstep or something. But it doesn't fit this more cinematic vibe for some reason. There's just something not quite right about it. I'd go a little bit more towards more like maybe like a Trent Reznor type snare type thing. Low end's too loud in this version. Also, I'd roll off some of the lowest sub frequencies in the sustained applications and keep most of the stuff in the 20s to be used mostly in the harrowing moments to really get our hackles up. 257, there's this stuff kind of from 257 through to the end. There were a few different things that felt like it was unsure. Like there was still drum stuff happening, but it had become so nebulous that I'm not sure that they needed to be there anymore. The kick hat at the end, the hi hat at this point, you might be able to 86 those and in for that moment, and it might feel a little bit better to just float without the timekeeping stuff. Because that felt like what would keep someone from using that music in that same scene. Which is why everybody wants stems now, because they want to mix these things in very specific ways for their scenes. But I digress. I think you might want to A/B it without the drums in those couple of spots and see what you're thinking. The first track, in comparison, I felt like the first one felt a little bit more complete and immersive because it didn't have those elements that were kind of staggered and felt a little unsure, if that makes sense. So, cool. GB65 saying, hey, I feel like there needs to be a darker orchestra in the background and lessen the drum volume and put in some timpanis to add a level of aggression and darkness. This right here, that's actually really good feedback because it's thinking about the role that each one of those instruments is playing in the greater soundscape and then how that translates psychologically for the music that's playing, right? I think that's a good little cluster of words you've just shared there in the chat. Absolutely. Good Taste Club says, hey, I like it. It just needs a little more polish is all. I agree. Okay, so Clarie, are you still here? And correct me if I'm wrong. This is not music you're looking for feedback on, but just music you want to turn us on to. So for that reason, I'm going to skip this for right now. We'll come back to it as like outro music. Oh, that one is you. Okay, never mind then. We will listen to this one. And if there is another one shared, then we'll keep that one for outro music. All right. So this one is Not Surprised by Clarie. Let's listen.
From my talk to you, baby, I'm not surprised. I leave it to myself and leave it all behind. So when I call my phone, I feel so refined. I couldn't even lie, I guess you on my mind. So when I talk to you, baby, I'm not surprised. I leave it to myself and leave it all behind. So when I call my phone, I feel so refined. I couldn't even lie, I guess you on my mind. I see your face, all that shit look like Michael Myers. You fuck around and find out all your deep desires. Baby, you look like me, babe, I don't got no priors. Baby, you look like me, babe, only she ain't quiet. I seen it back. Can't tell me how you like it if I follow you back. You tell me how to spice it if you talk my fat out. If you talk about bread out. If you talk about my fans, bitch, fuck your neck. I talk to you, baby, I'm not surprised. I leave it to myself and leave it all behind. So when I call my phone, I feel so refined. I couldn't even lie, I guess you on my mind. So
Yo, this is a fun idea here. I think that there's a little kind of unnecessary loudness in the mix. It's not just the limiting, but also back off the limiting a bit. But it did feel like there's a few things that are just sitting at a higher decibel than they really need to be in the mix. The sub frequencies can be EQ'd a little bit tighter. And I would just bring down the sub channel a few in general. And then just a little bit less sub in the kick. Because there's just a few too many elements, I think, popping off with similar frequencies in the lower range. And you're just going to get a better, clearer picture of this music with a little less loudness and a little tighter EQing in those low-end elements. That said, I really like the vocal processing in this. I love the palette of sounds that you're playing with. It seems like very original and very familiar all at the same time, and very much like you're probably an Adventure Time fan, I would imagine, right? You did all the vocal stuff. I think it's great. I love all the vocal stuff. Definitely my favorite part of the track. Definitely. It was good stuff. GB65 saying the drums can also probably be changed to a more actual drum set instead of 808 drums, but it's absolutely amazing. Keep the working going. I'm just kind of processing that. It would be good to hear acoustic drums on this, actually. You're right. Yeah, Philology, I would agree. The vocals sounded pretty pro to me as well. Again, I think it was the best part of the track, was the vocals. Not that the music was bad or anything. It's just the vocals are really great. Really good stuff. Go back and save all of your presets that are involved with your vocal chain so you don't lose track of those thoughts and knob positions and stuff for future projects. Because that's definitely like a signature sound kind of mixing appeal kind of thing. Work smarter, not harder. All right, Speak Melon. You already have it on like 3 discs. Yeah, nice. Oh, that was for the other side. Oh, the previous chat message you read was to go with the previous message I sent. Oh, wait, hold on a second. What was that? Oh, the first one. I missed the first one. Thank you. First one was immediately some pixelated game in the intro, then fades to a more modern chill beat here. The vocals can be brought down slightly and maybe also add a sweep away trailing synths to make it more chill. That's just my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, it's got a really cool kind of digital appeal to it all the way through, for real. All right, Speak Melon. It is you. This art is really great. I really like this. It's fantastic. This one is Recollection in 1 Hour, and Speak Melon says, made this during stream. Feeling inspired by all of you amazing artists. You hear that, folks? This was made while listening to you. All right, let's see what they made. All right. First, I like this one. I like where it went, and it was really unpredictable. In the first section, it felt like the kick was a little aggressive. I mean, the drums were a little aggressive, but the kick specifically felt a little aggressive for the music style. And then when it transitioned into the ambient stuff, I felt like there could be a whole nother beat, a whole nother second, something between these two ideas. Like maybe we get just a little bit closer to silence as we hear the last notes of that first section resolve a little bit more fully before the first notes of the next section begin. And also, just as an aside, I would say that this has such interesting timing choices in this one. And it makes me wonder if it was inspired by something visual, like a sync project or something. It just felt responsive to something. So I'm kind of wondering what the story is behind it. But it's got really interesting vibes throughout. It felt very specific. Yeah, I enjoyed each of those sections. GB65 saying, oh, maybe the bass can be a little softer for the vibe you're going for and bring down the synth slightly, let it give that feeling of laid back and chill, and lessen the drum slightly to an actual drum kit sound. I think they're speaking in that first part. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, yeah, it does kind of remind me of Geometry Dash, yeah. Okay, so this next one in the queue is something that Clary posted just to share with us, to turn us on to a new artist. So we're going to leave that as some outro music. We've got one here from Aaron, and no more adding to the queue here, guys. We're gonna wrap up here. We're gonna listen to this one from Aaron saying, hoping you can check out my band, 7 to 8 member Neo 1920s band. Whoa, does some folk indie stuff too. Okay, well, now we have to hear this. Let's go see what this is, because that sounds pretty amazing. Neo 1920s stuff? Okay, let's see what this is. American Pirates. Big Rock Candy Mountain. Oh gosh. Okay, let's see where this goes. Oh, this is going to be amazing.
One evening, as the sun went down and the jungle fire was burning, down the track came a hobo hiking, and he said, boys, I'm not turning. I'm headed for a land that's far away, beside the crystal fountains. So come with me and we'll go see that Big Rock Candy Mountain. In the Big Rock Candy Mountains, there's a land that's fair and bright, where the handouts grow on bushes and you sleep out every night, where the boxcars all are empty and the sun shines every day on the birds and the bees and the cigarette trees and the lemonade springs, where the bluebird sings in the Big Rock Candy Mountains. In the Big Rock Candy Mountains, all the cops have wooden legs, and the bulldogs all have rubber teeth, and the hens lay soft-boiled eggs. The farmers' trees are full of fruit, and the barns are full of hay. Oh, I'm bound to go where there ain't no snow, where the rain don't fall and the wind don't blow, in the Big Rock Candy Mountains. In the Big Rock Candy Mountains, you never change your socks, and little streams of alcohol come trickling down the rocks. The brakemen have to tip their hats, and the railroad bulls are blind. There's a lake of stew and of whiskey too. You can paddle all around them in a big canoe in the Big Rock Candy Mountains. candy mountains. The jails are made of tin, and you can walk right out again as soon as you are in. There ain't no short-handed shovels, no axes, saws, or picks. I'm gonna say we sleep all day with a hungry Turk that invented work in the big rock candy mountains. I'll see you all this coming fall if the creek don't rise, your mama don't call, and you don't know why, and you feather those bangs, and you hate your wife, and you don't know why, but you're full of life. In the big rock candy mountain.
Yeah, this was fantastic. Ayo, that was great. Come to Portland. You'd fit right in here, honestly. In fact, there's a thing happening next month that is a big annual event here in the state called Oregon Country Fair, and it's happened for decades. It's just this big old music love fest out in the middle of nowhere. And you would actually fit right in there. Like you should have your people call, or you should call them and get yourselves in there, because it'll help you get into this whole circuit out here of all these folks that love awesome, weird vaudeville type stuff. Oregon Country Fair. But there's also a pirate festival here and other things that you guys would be fully qualified for as like in regards to alignment. There's several different events here in Oregon that would be great for you, and several different venues in general. But yeah, put it on your map. Put it on your map. Yeah, the Oregon Country Fair is super fun because people dress up in all of these really outlandish costumes, and they go out into the woods for a few days together. And it's like running around in Sherwood Forest, honestly, is what it's like. It's been fantastic since day one. Pirate Festival? Yeah, the Pirate Festival does not happen next week. I think that one is in... Is it August? I'd actually have to look that one up because I don't remember. But that's a good one too. That's a really good fun time. That's at the base of the St. John's Bridge, and there's actually a couple of different music events that happen there at that venue. It's an outdoor area in on the north side of Portland that is really quite great, and you get it's fantastic. It's fantastic. All right, this next one is called No Gimmicks. Let's listen. Oh, No Gimmicks. This one's called Awoken. Sorry, my bad.
Mind of a genius, I know how shit works. My eyes wide open, I'm catching some shit. The veil's been lifted, I see everything clear. This why I'm here. We turning the tables, we flipping this shit. Rally the troops, evil's been loose. Set here to make a change. That's what I'm about to do. We gotta stand up for our shit, telling us what to do. Fuck you. They robbing and raping us, look at the news. Robbing and raping us, look at the news. They pushing these laws, fucking us off. You gain respect when you give it, so listen, I'm only gonna say this shit once. Motherfuckers gonna play dumb. This why we packing them guns, making them run. Better with the shit we done. Making a difference, changing the world. These are my obligations and I ain't stopping shit. Backing them down, checking off the list. One by one, I'm getting it done. Going through the motions, my tensions are good, so I push and I push and I push. Lord, please, I beg and I plead. Give me the strength that I need, I'm ready to lead. Many been awoken, many still asleep. Been hustling, grinding, sharpening my teeth. Lord, please, I beg and I plead. Give me the strength that I need, I'm ready to lead. Many been awoken, many still asleep. Been hustling, grinding, sharpening my teeth. God, I'm shook. And I ain't letting off, land of the lost. Ain't got no guidance, streets full of violence. Anger, frustration, ain't helping shit. Spiritual warfare, we under attack. We've been chosen, put in this very moment, so fighting for mine. Nobody left behind, we not gonna lose. Time no, rewrite the rules. We handling this, flipping the script, I'm coming equipped, ain't fumbling shit. Been taking hits, now we dishing them out. Stronger than ever, no stopping us now. Tried knocking us down, round after round, we standing our ground. I'm knuckled up, ready to fight, protecting my family, I'm ending your life. Knowing the truth, we gotta unite, together we making this right. Lord, please, I beg and I plead. Give me the strength that I need, I'm ready to lead. Many been awoken, many still asleep. Been hustling, grinding, sharpening my teeth. Lord, please, I beg and I plead. Give me the strength that I need, I'm ready to lead. Many been awoken, many still asleep. Been hustling, grinding, sharpening my teeth.
All right. I got a couple things here for you. As it is, I think it's already pretty good. It's a good flow. You're not overcrowding the arrangement with unnecessary sounds or embellishments or instruments, which I really appreciate. It really lets us focus on the message here. I would use a little more saturation on the vocals for two reasons. One, it's going to bring a little bit more definition and presence to the vocals. It's going to give it a little bit more of a defined edge. And then the other is that it's going to bring a little more heat to it, right? This is it's got a heavy kind of vibey aesthetic to it, the music, right? So you want the vocals to align with that, and you want them to come across with a little kind of dark edge to them, I think, to match the dark choir kind of thing, right? Lastly, main and backing vocals feel a little dry, like they're not really treated with very many effects, which is part of what I like about it. So I wouldn't go overboard with anything, but you might want to play around a little bit to see what exactly you can do if there was just a little bit of flange on the vocals for the period of like 2 bars, just to accent a certain lyric or something. You know what I mean? So I'm talking like just super subtle playfulness and like tasteful embellishment of sound. Nothing, don't go too ham, but there is room for something. And I can hear that you hear it too, because like in the backing vocals, you've created this kind of cascading echo thing where it's like it's resolving slowly over time, right? You can add that through delays and echoes, obviously, too, right? So like maybe just a little bit more creativity in regards to the processing of the vocals. As long as you don't go overboard with it, I think it'll land really well. And that's it. That's what I got for you on this one. That's it. All right. Next up is Saksham Mohan. All right. Let's see what we've got here. Sand castles in rain. Wow, look at this image here.
Oh, I'm trying to build a sandcastle in the rain, which is slowly washing away. It's like your love for me that is fading away. I look at all these people looking at me, laughing at me on what I'll do, thinking I'm just a fool to be with you. The sound of the ocean waters keeps me sane, helps me wait till all the pain. At least somehow now I feel safe. Ooh, somehow I'm still building this sandcastle in rain. The sandcastle in rain. Oh, my hands are
are starting to get tired. I feel lost. Now thinking about the outcome. Oh, I'm trying to pick my heart that broke into pieces. Just like the shells lying by the sea. Oh, the sound of the ocean waters keeps me sane, helps me wait till the pain. At least somehow now I feel safe. Ooh, somehow I'm still building this sandcastle in rain. I remember those white lines. When I hear you cry, feeling of leaving you, what comes, I wonder why. Unless the things they may change, say I'm still building the sandcastle in rain.
Yo, Saksham, I think this is great. I think it's really quite lovely. I'd love to hear more from you. We do this every single Friday. You should keep bringing by more stuff. Give me a chance to get to know what you're doing over there. I would love just a little more lift in the highs on your vocal and a little less in the low mids. But by and large, it's just lovely what you're doing, you know? Nice. No Gimmick saying, hey, Omlab, I really appreciate the review. I'm going to use what you said and make bangers. That's awesome. That's awesome. J Music saying, thank you. Your music or your opinion means a lot. Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, just keep bringing more by. It'll give us a chance to get to know your stuff and help you get better over time. But you're obviously doing really, really, really good stuff all on your own too. So if nothing else, you're plugging into a good community, you know? Really good stuff. All right, let's see who is left here. We've got Alec. Let's see what Alec made. Free mango time. Second drop is the same, so you can skip. Outro is interesting, though. You need to add some ear candy, maybe bass stabs, and mix and master and whatnot. All right, cool. This one's called Ricotta. Let's do it. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Mango time. Fantastic.
Quiero que me dejes a tu manera. Dale suelta y soltera y dale. Baby, dame lo que quieras.
Yeah. Dude, I like this. It's good. I think this is like a no feedback track here. I don't really have any gripes on this one. I think that it's got like serious vibe. I love what you're doing with the vocal sample throughout. It reminds me of stuff that I'd hear from these booths selling music, honestly, when I was living in Southeast Asia. Ooh, Blazin. I'm glad that worked out for you. Blazin came back, said, good suggestion on switching out some of the elements as well as taking out elements in the second half of the song. Just leaving the kicks in the second half working very well to these ears. Good, good. Yeah, I'm glad. Sometimes you just have to untether something from time to really make it feel like it's doing the right thing. Alec, this is great, dude. This is great. I'd love to hear more from you like this. This is a solid vibe. All right, GB65 Spring Locked Artist here with something called Execution D-Sides with lyrics saying, here's my song. It took a while to get the lyrics sang because my throat was hurting, but I did this myself. I just learned how to sing and I hope it sounds good. All right, let's go.
With beats we're meant to be. Is it instrumental that erects a tie between? Or is it just me? Saving a question, then ponder. What's it you hope to conquer? And the desire is pleasure for you and me to nest, to let the breath eternal ignite. And you will know the difference, lest you bring the horror of night. You dream away the distance, so that I see and gather this road. So I'll see where to surface, where upon the name you teach it with gold. Do not forget his purpose was unto me, and now his voice unto you. It's in the way that you move, execution for the words we need to stand in this giving. Content to keep on living, go through head to shoot, execute while you've got nothing left to lose without a where to start. Oh, the perfect life's not found in luck. Don't you think by now it's growing stale? Let me call the bluff and tear the veil, and then you will finally see the times are soaring, no they're on for going. For knowing my wretched day, renewing confidence is the old world said to run away. And so you want to run away, but in this changing world is all is me return. Commit the risk, because the steps to stare into it, the limbo misconstrued it. It seems when lust to face the glass, it's we cannot but use it. Tell me how you do it, well I need eluded. It's hidden tune with you, that violence calls what brought you to them. Within the shine within the glass of your eyes, I'll see the sin, the sandwich goes on your tie. When you're given in prison, what is there to do but give in and let go of all that was you? Oh, what word is worry when words? Is it wearing the weight in the width of your style? Now you'll see stop, think was to be sincere, but to suffer is strange and to sit in the wild. Another lies where to walk you should stand. Get to you, leading near the end man. What echoes but how we wait to decide? What cycles but how we choose to be mine? Yourself, you fight the dark events. And now you see my really past is past, you'll know this in the end. Don't let your brain fry. Void of you and empty where it lie. And through the body's killing you live free, I'm sure you'll never die. Promising the better you this even. And head ahead, quilling my dark design was shaken. Began again when you denied it. Though you strove on truth is left ignored. So says my peace once more. Though you pray against the things that born on you worship now, cause I'm the Lord.
go. GB. Man, this had big screen vibes written all over it. Someone nailed it when they were like Disney villain vibes. Direct hit. That was totally it. Okay, so there's a sustained pad in there. I'd bring that down a touch, just a little bit. Bass down slightly, maybe just a few dB. And in the beginning, it felt like there were kind of short notes being played, like bass notes being played. And I feel like maybe just sustained notes just to keep it simple, because there wasn't a lot of definition happening in that bass. Maybe just kind of simplify that a little bit. I feel like it was bringing this kind of rumble kind of energy to it. I'm not sure it's actually needed. And then for whatever remaining rumble there is in the existing subfrequencies on their own, I would also EQ most of that out as well, because I just don't think that it really needs much of like an overt rumble. Just the typical sub bass support that you would get kind of like in most musical type music. I think that would probably be the better fit here. But super big time screen vibes, and it sounds like a soundtrack from a musical. Like it seems like there's a big story behind this one, honestly. Really good job with the vocals. This seems like the vocals were a big part of the production, and maybe the biggest part of the production. I'm just guessing here, I wasn't there, but really good job with it, because I'm sure that it was something to tackle, to say the least. First time ever singing for this. I never sang with my real voice before for other people, but I tried my best. That's really good. Like, that's really putting yourself out there in a way that's so super uncomfortable for most people. So good on you. Like, big ups for doing that, because it translated incredibly well. I think that if what you were going for was like this kind of villainous, kind of like a musical villain. Like, if that's what you were going for, it really comes through. It really comes across, for sure. I'm glad you had the courage to sing. And you should bring more by, so we can hear more of you. Okay, last one up. Wiser now. Says, would really love any feedback on this. The idea is a bit out there. Feels like it's missing some sort of a lead, but not sure what that is yet. All right, let's listen. See what we can help with. music. That lead is a resampled goat, you guys. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's so good. That's right up there with the printer sounds that were being used in a song like a few hours ago. Man, solid cinematic vibes in this one. Luffs. You don't need all the loudness in this one, but you do need all the energy that's in there. So that's what I got for you on this. I don't really have any other feedback for you. If it wasn't for the loudness, it would be a no feedback track, that's like an honor here. So yeah, that's pretty good stuff there. The stabs in the drops are resampled hippos. Ho! Oh, I love that. Oh, man. Yeah, well, you don't need to push it quite as hard loudness-wise, but your sounds are really bringing it. So, like, I can understand why you did it. I can understand it. For real. Clarie wanted us all to hear a new artist called Subi Club. It's called Laced Up. So I'm going to hit play on this, and we're going to listen to this. Some intro music. I'm going to find us someone to raid. So stick around for a little bit and know that I appreciate you guys hanging out on yet another Feedback Friday. Oh man, I can't get to the volume control here. What's going on here, YouTube? Let me turn down the volume here. Got background noise. Okay, now we're good. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And we will be back next Friday for another Feedback Friday. And thanks to everybody that brought awesome music today. And Clarie, I'm going to go full screen on this video here. Thanks for sharing it with us. And I'm going to find someone to rate. I appreciate you guys. Hope you have a fantastic weekend. See y'all on the other side.